McDonald's has leaked millions of job applications. Jack Dorsey has entered the encrypted messenger game. That'll be an interesting talk. Custom Android phones are getting law enforcement attention. More. Welcome to Surveillance 133, where we are dedicated to keeping you private and secure with the latest news in the past week. And I'm Henry from TechLore.
And I'm Nathan from The New Oil.
Before we get into the McDonald's story, just a quick note on our sponsor, Easy Opt-outs. Easy Opt-outs is a site that tries to tackle the data broker industry. They are much more affordable than most options out there, and it's only $20 a year. They make cancellation easy. And the best part is they are very evidence-based. Consumer Reports did an independent analysis of all of these removal services, and they found that Easy Opt-outs is pretty much tied for the top spot. And then Privacy Guys also did it, and now also New York Times Wirecutter also has them as a top pick for a data removal service. And it's also what both Nate and I are using personally as well. It's pretty much the best option I can even send people to in terms of my personal life when friends or family ask me for the service. They ask for minimal information. You don't have to give them anything that isn't already publicly available. They only have 2 employees, which are the founders, so they don't share your data with sketchy third parties and other people. And there's no ads or analytics on the platform. If you use Brave or anything else, you can actually confirm that yourself. Another small distinction, which is really important to highlight, is that many of these services actually just take your data and just mass send it to everybody, even if they don't already have your information. Easy Opt-outs is a bit different because they analyze each website to see which website has your information, and they personally target each of those services. So it's a pretty well in-depth, really thought out service, and it's also $20 a year, which has made me rethink why some of the other services are so expensive. They also have business plans. I just want to thank Easy Opt-outs for sponsoring this podcast, keeping us growing, and allowing us to also have sponsors that we also get to personally use. So thank you, Easy Opt-outs, and check them out down in the description to get started. Let's get into the highlight story, which is about McDonald's AI has a hiring bot which exposed millions of applicants' data to hackers who tried the password. If you're listening, you got to guess what the password is. What was the password? It's 123456. So security researchers Ian Carroll and Sam Curry revealed that they found simple methods to hack into the back end of the AI chatbot platform on mchire.com. They discovered that some basic web-based vulnerabilities existed, which included guessing one laughably weak password, which is the one I shared, which allowed them to access a paradox.ai account and query the company's databases that held every mchire user's chats with Olivia. Who's Olivia? Is Olivia the AI bot? Okay, that's Olivia. The data appears to include as many as 64 million records, including applicants' names, email addresses, and phone numbers. Carol said that I started applying for a job, and then after 30 minutes, we had full access to virtually every application that's ever been made to McDonald's going back years. Wired did reach out to McDonald's as well as Paradox AI for comments, and then a Paradox AI spokesperson did come forward and shared a blog post the company planned to publish that confirmed the findings. The company noted that only a fraction of the records access contained personal information and said it had verified that the administrator account with the 123456 password that exposed was not accessed by any third party other than the researchers. The company also added that it's instituting a bug bounty program to better catch security vulnerabilities in the future. Henry insertion, companies, take notes. You're allowed to establish bug bounty programs and proper security practices before a major incident happens. That is an option. I just want to throw that out there. You don't have to wait for a big incident like this to do that. Carroll says he became interested in the security of the McHire website after spotting a Reddit post complaining about McDonald's hiring chatbot wasting applicants' time with nonsense responses and misunderstandings. He wanted to test it himself, testing for prompt injection vulnerabilities, and, well, we all know how that led. One little extra thing here, not only was the username and password admin and 123456, which you just couldn't be more typical than that. Like if I was writing a book, I couldn't do that because it would be too obvious. People would think it's unrealistic. But there also was no two-factor authentication, so that was kind of a double kicker for Paradox AI there.
Actually, just to clarify, I think based on the wording of the article, the username was also 123456. So it wasn't admin, which would have been super predictable. But the fact that the username and the password were the same thing is like, there is like no website on the planet that will let you do that.
Yeah, no, you're right. Okay, so to clarify this, I misread this slightly. So they found two different login credentials.
They tried to. The first one didn't work, but on their second try, they nailed it.
Okay, ignore that. Okay, I totally misread this. Yeah, what Nate said is correct. It's just 123456 for both username and password.
It wasn't admin, but it was literally the second try.
Wow. Crazy,
right?
Now, the personal information exposed by the security lapse isn't the most sensitive, but the risk for the applicants, they argue, was heightened by the fact that the data is associated with the knowledge of their employment at McDonald's or their intention to get a job there. Had someone exploited this, the phishing risk would have actually been massive. So what they're saying by that, for those of you who are new to the podcast, or you might be a little bit curious here, so there wasn't anything that it was insanely sensitive in the job application itself that could have been accessed to this vulnerability. But the fact that there was this trove of user data meant that someone who had access to it could have then been like, okay, well, I have their phone number. I'm going to impersonate McDonald's because if someone's looking for a job and I text them saying, hey, you got the job, just send me this information. Now they can get a lot of access to a lot of data. And for context, there's actually this really semi-common thing that was going on where like they did these fake interviews for cryptocurrency CEOs with hacked accounts. That is something that is much easier to pull off in this situation where they could literally just have a team of 3 or 4 people, set up fake interviews, and at the very end just say, hey, we need this information, please share it with us, we need it for processing, and I don't think it's unrealistic, and I wouldn't even really question someone asking me for my social security number in a job application. If they were like, well, you got the job, we just need to kind of get your basic information to process this. I think even I would probably go, yeah, that seems somewhat reasonable. So that's what they're kind of alluding to here. And so hopefully none of this was accessed by a third party, but still very careless and definitely illustrates this entire, like, let's just bake in AI, let's just make everything super efficient and not think about the consequences, which is apparently the way everything is nowadays, including government.
Yeah, Henry and I were talking about that before. The main thought I wanted to add is, so I've mentioned before on past episodes that there's a lot of figurative math that goes into us deciding what the headline story should be. We try to find a balance between something that is popular and important, but also something that will grab attention. We try not to be too clickbaity with the titles, but also we do have to game the algorithm. And we had a few good options this week, but the reason we went with this one is because right now the economy is crap. I saw an article from Slashdot the other day that made the claim that we're in a weird sort of economy where if you already have a job, you're probably set. You're probably not going to lose your job unless you're in tech, apparently. But if you don't have a job, you're very unlikely to find a job. And I'm really sorry to say that because that's very disheartening because I know a lot of people right now are in between jobs and they're just sending out hundreds of applications a week, getting 0 callbacks. So it's really disheartening that companies are. And I was telling Henry about this earlier, like companies are turning to AI more and more. And now there's even some companies that are doing like the first couple of interviews will be with AI, which is just so disrespectful and dehumanizing. And now on top of it, like they can't even be bothered to make a good app. Our password and username is going to be 123456. Like, okay, fine. When you're in the development environment, do whatever. But once you push it to production, update that stuff. Like, it's so mind-blowing on so many different levels that this was allowed to happen at all, that companies are throwing all their, it's hard. Henry and I have made it very clear that we're not completely anti-AI. There are a lot of problems with it, but there's also a lot of valid use cases. But this is just one of those, like, I don't know, this is like everything that is wrong with AI. Like, it's dehumanizing to make people talk to it. And also, a personal pet peeve, I hate that we're naming AI. I hate that the article did this. And their chats with Olivia. Olivia's not a real person. Don't name it. Don't name it in case you have to take it out back and shoot it, which we all should. I get so annoyed when I call a helpline and it's like, hi, my name is Lily. No, it's not. You don't have a name. You're a program. Shut up. Connect me to a human. This is just everything that's wrong with AI here. Is like the dehumanizing of it, the fast and loose with the passwords, and the fact that it gives garbage responses. It's not even a good chatbot. It's just everything wrong here. But it's also just really frustrating that, when you're trying to find a job and you send out an application to everybody and now that data is out of your hands. And unfortunately, a lot of the time you can't, there's only so much, I don't even want to say lying, like there's only so much fuzzing of the truth you can do in a job application. You could use a PO box, You could use a simple login email. You could use a voice over IP phone number. You could use like a shortened version of your name. But at the end of the day, like Henry said, you're going to have to turn over bank account numbers for direct deposits, social security for taxes, background checks. And I mean, there's certain things that raise a flag. Like if I did a phone interview for my current job, like my kind of industry, and then I got a text that said, I need your social, that would be like, this is weird, especially the person I interviewed. At most, they would be like, hey, email your W-9 or whatever form it is to payroll at this email address. But the point being is like you still have to turn over that information. It's not unusual for someone to request that, like Henry said. So it's really just kind of luck that nobody really accessed this stuff. Did you read the part about the company noted that only a fraction of the records contain personal information?
I believe so.
I felt like that was a real half apology. It's funny because I didn't include the full quote in the show notes, but at the very end, they're like, we own this. This was our mess up. We're going to make it right. And it's like, but you're not owning it because you're downplaying it. You're like, well, we've added a bug bounty program and we changed the password and nobody accessed it. It was only part of the information. But hey, our bad. We'll fix it. No, this never should have gotten this far in the first place. This is just such a catastrophic failure from the top to bottom. And I really just wish we had more recourse because we live in a country where the court has repeatedly shown that if you take this to court, they're going to be like, well, nobody stole your identity. Nobody stole your bank account. Nobody did phish you. So therefore you're fine. You know, it's almost like you almost got shot, but you didn't. So whatever, no harm, no foul. And it's like, we need to start penalizing people for this kind of irresponsibility. This is negligence. I don't understand. This has got to be a lawsuit for negligence, but I'm not a lawyer. So,
well, I, for one, liked the movie Her.
I still haven't seen it. I really need to.
Yeah. I think we should humanize AI to the extreme. You'd like Her.
Oh, I'm sure I would.
Okay, so Her's a good movie, and I think because it's a pretty serious movie, like there's nothing really humorous about it. But I think most people will know what I'm talking about when I say it also has like one of the funniest scenes. I feel like I just found it hilarious. Like right in the middle of the movie, there's just it's a really serious movie. There's not that much funniness to it, and there's this one character who's in a video game that just cracks me the hell up. And I thought that was like a really fun just addition to the movie. And it's something I think about a lot.
Okay, I'm going to do my best to watch it within the next week. Please, people, try not to leave spoilers because now I don't want to know. I want to go into this blind. And just because I said that, people are going to leave spoilers in the comments. But I haven't seen Megan either. I know Megan is a little bit more intentionally like campy and kind of over the top. That's what I was looking for. But I have seen Deus Ex, or no, Ex Machina. That's what it's called. I have seen Ex Machina. Have you seen that one? That's intense, but it's good. Okay, anyways. Enough of the movie reviews. With that, we'll go into our data breaches. We're going to start off with a hacker who has leaked Telefonica data allegedly stolen in a new breach. So this is 106 gigs of data from the Spanish telecommunications company. The threat actor leaked a 2.6 gigabyte archive that
launch. I guess maybe the submarine ones are later in the game because they can survive pretty much anything.
And then you have air launched as well.
So those are, how are those launched? They're from airplanes?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So you have, there's what's called the nuclear triad. And the nuclear triad is air-based nuclear weapons, sea-based nuclear weapons, and then ground-based nuclear weapons.
Okay.
The underground nuclear warheads, the ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, those are your ground-based of the nuclear triad. But then you have B-52 bombers and other stealth bombers and large-scale bombers that are waiting at all times on alert. They can quickly be scrambled, loaded up with nuclear warheads that are live. A pin gets pulled, and now they're weaponized, and then they take off. And their whole job is just to loiter, which means kind of fly circles in the sky until all the fallout is done, and we see what targets were destroyed and what targets weren't destroyed, and then they can be directed to these targets.
That makes sense. Because I was wondering if everybody's launching at everybody else, and you're like, oh, well, this one's going to Pyongyang. Well, Pyongyang has been gone for 45 minutes. Why would we launch anything else at that? Hit Novosibirsk instead or whatever. I don't know. I mean, hopefully none of this happens. Like, it's nightmare. I mean, everybody, you want to die early if there's nuclear holocaust. That's what I learned from Annie Jacobson.
That's the exact conclusion that I reached when I was in that field. I mean, in that career field. Just for the men and women who are sitting underground right now, put yourself in their shoes and think about a career in their discipline. Mm-hmm. They're gonna live underground for about 2 to 4 years on assignment. And then they're going to rotate to another assignment for 2 to 4 years. And then they're going to come right back to a missile assignment again, where they go underground again. They rotate out again, and they rotate back again. And that is their career for 20 years of military service.
Brutal.
Crazy.
And they make a whole career out of it, right? That's when they're away from their family, they're not doing God's work. They're just waiting for the hopeful never end of the planet Earth, right?
What do you do to kill time down there? Do you bring a book and read?
There's a lot of correspondence, education. There's a lot of reading. There's a lot of learning how to make friends with people you don't get along with. There's actually a lot of sleeping, but it's not in one long stint because you can't sleep in one long stint because every 15 to 30 minutes, there's an emergency action message that comes through, an EAM, an alarm that like blares. So that's the drill. So what ends up happening is you, as either the junior or the senior missile command officer, you'll try to rest, being interrupted every 4 or so hours.
This is literal torture.
And then you'll work together, and the other person will rest for about 4 hours, then you'll work together, and then that's kind of how the shift goes for 24 to 72 hours. But you're always being interrupted. So that's why you never get quality sleep, so you try to get as much low quality sleep as you can.
Are these drills to make sure you're not just like screwing around?
There's two reasons. One, the drills are there because they need to desensitize you to potentially launching nuclear weapons. So you like when the order comes in to launch a nuclear weapon,
they don't want you going, oh my God, should I do this? I've never had to think about this before. They want you to be like, Jesus Christ, turn the thing, and then you slam the thing down and go back and you lay in your cot, and then you hear a rumbling sound as the world is destroyed around you.
Correct, because essentially it's all ones and zeros. So you don't actually know if this EAM is an EAM that's really going to launch missiles, or if this EAM is just a drill. Because you're doing it every 15 or 20 minutes. So it's like one boop, 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 beep, 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 turn, and you're going back to sleep. Boop, 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 beep, 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 turn and go back to sleep. One of those times, you're exactly right. It's going to be boop, 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 beep, 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 turn, rumble, rumble, rumble.
Right.
Oh, shit.
I just launched a real weapon. So there's a system there that says this is a drill, and then there's a system there that says this is not a drill, and you just have no idea whether
the system's behind the software of the system. So that's reason number one. Reason number one is so that the crews can't become conscientious objectors. Reason number two is because we assume that our adversaries are tapped into our EAM system. So the Russians, the Chinese, the North Koreans, the Iranians are listening to every emergency action message. And what they see are ones and zeros. Beep, 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 boop, boop, boop. Well, we also have to send a message every 20 minutes, so they don't know what the hell they're seeing either.
Right, so there's some guy whose job it is to monitor you guys doing your boring ass job, and he's going, emergency action message, yeah, what else is new? And he goes back to playing whatever the Chinese version of Candy Crush is on his phone. And it's just like, whatever. And then one day he hears a rumble and there's a bright flash and everything is over.
Yep.
That is just crazy.
And that's your career. Yeah. So, this is why I have such incredible respect for the men and women who do that job, because that is their reality. Netflix every now and then, or we get to veg out to like a long fantasy book. We get to take a 25-minute poop if we want to. You don't get that option.
Man, you can't even poop underground?
You can't take that long.
Okay, because if EAM comes in, you're just running out. Surely that's happened over 7 years.
I mean, people get food poisoning down there. People show up with the flu down. Like, some nasty stuff happens underground.
Oh, yeah, and you're just, the guy comes in and goes, sorry, man, I'm sick. And you go, well, I'm definitely getting that.
Yeah, and so is the next guy that comes in after we're done, because you're going to be touching all of his buttons.
Oh, man, y'all need Purell. Probably a regulation against spraying that on the nuclear launch computer. Some rules are meant to be broken. So let's talk about what a spy actually is, because that's one of those terms that spies probably never use. And also, people don't know the difference between handlers, analysts, assets, etc. So can we just do like a quick overview?
Sure. I mean, there's a huge index, a huge glossary we could get into.
Yeah.
But I'll keep it simple and I'll let you tell me where you want to go from there. So you are exactly right. Spy is a term that professional intelligence officers don't use. It doesn't exist. Because what's the definition of a spy? In reality, what we have are agents and officers. Agents are the people who officers recruit to sell secrets about their own country. So you don't have an American agent. What you have is an agent of some foreign country that's giving the U.S. secrets. That's what an agent is. It's very different than FBI. An FBI agent is, in fact, an officer of the country. But in CIA and intelligence terms, an agent is a foreign intelligence source.
CIA believes that all people are born with a spy secret superpower. For some people, that means they can win deals. For others, they can spot liars. Some can even seduce lovers. I built a free 3-minute test to help reveal to you exactly what your secret hidden superpower is. All you have to do is click on the link in the description below, take the test.
Who was not disclosed to the public, whose job was to manage operations, and those operations were intelligence collection operations.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because I, of course, I've been tricked a few times, so I was like, all right, is this guy real? So I called my friend Daryl Blocker. I don't know.
Yes, I used to work for Daryl.
Okay, so he was like, I can confirm he definitely worked here. What he says he did. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Because there's a lot of people. I'm sure you've just come across. Oh, like, do you know this person? And you're like, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, there's a few of those.
Well, there's dozens. What's fascinating is, especially in social media right now, you will hear lots of people come out and say that this was I worked for the agency, or I was an agency officer, and they're not necessarily lying, because the way that the CIA works, it does a lot of different types of blended operations. So it will reach out to the military, like it'll reach out to the Navy SEALs, and it will second a Navy SEAL into CIA for an operation. So for the course of these 3 months, they're still a Navy SEAL,
right,
but they're granted CIA status. But then when they're done with their operation, they go right back to Navy SEALs and their CIA status is withdrawn. Same thing is true about contractors. That's what happened with Edward Snowden. People thought Snowden was a CIA officer. He was not. He was a contractor hired by CIA for a short period of time to carry out a task before he was then sent back to his contract company.
Booz Hamilton. Yeah.
But
is that right? Yeah.
Booz Allen. I think
Booz Allen, yeah. Or is it Booz Allen Hamilton? We'll figure that out after the show when I get 100 emails about it. Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. There's this trend I'm sure you've seen where somebody who is an analyst, respectable job, will say, yeah, I'm a CIA officer, and people go, oh my gosh, and then they do the rounds of media or they write a book or something like that, and it's then you put 2 whiskeys in them and they're like, yeah, I was in charge of looking at a lot of documents in a desk and I never really left the desk and I know a lot about Egypt. And you're just like, oh, have you ever been there? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not what I thought this was. So there's a whole lot of that. My friends who are all DO guys, like where you were, they were all like, don't join. They don't do it. Here's what your opinion.
Well, what year was
these guys were in the DO at through 9/11. So it must have been joined in the 90s because my law school career ended in 2006. So unless their career was only like a year or two long, which I doubt, they were there through September 11th and everything. And I remember one guy was like, I can never go to Egypt, and I never even saw the freaking pyramids, and I was there for a long time because he got PNG'd. So persona non grata is basically banned from a country. Right. So he's banned from a country. I don't know if they found out he was there illegally. I guess that's probably why.
Well, that's what's funny about PNG status is it is a punitive measure against the federal government more than a person. So he could have not even been discovered. He could have been totally an upstanding citizen in Egypt, but Egypt wanted to send a message to the United States, so it would PNG 10 people on a list, and he could have been one of those.
I see. Okay. So maybe they didn't know.
But I think there's a couple things that are important here. So one, you were being considered potentially for recruitment at a critical time, 2006, 2007. I was recruited in 2007. That means the post 9/11 or the pre 9/11 cadre were still in charge. But the reason 9/11 happened, frankly, I mean, I'm sorry to say this about your friends, was because the pre 9/11 people didn't keep us safe on 9/11.
Sure.
The CIA pre 9/11 was focused on Cold War stuff. It was staffed with, for the most part, Caucasian, Ivy League educated.
That's what this dude was. He told me, he's like, the agency's so broken, you can't get anything done. You can't even do your own job. I mean, that's why he told me not to join.
So
not
that was,
because it was boring or something.
And that led to the September 11th attacks. That led to us failing to prevent the September 11th attacks. Well, then September 11th happened. 2 years after September 11th, the 9/11 Commission came out. That was when the federal government, especially the Congress and the House, all came together. The House and the Senate came together and said, CIA, you're broken. FBI, you're broken. You guys caused this whole thing. So now we, as the federal legislature, are going to come in and force you to change. That was 2003. That turned into a ton of money coming into the federal government, all focused on counterterrorism operations, which had been overlooked prior to 2003. And then this massive surge of new hiring. And the new hiring was not Ivy League Caucasian people anymore.
Right.
It was people of diversity, people who have world travel, people who have foreign languages, people of a certain age group. So when
I was like 25. I
was 27.
Yeah.
Right. That's what they were looking for, was mixed ethnic, like people with strong educational histories, but not necessarily from predictable schools.
Yeah.
A huge variance from what the pre 9/11 days look like.
Yeah, that's interesting. When I was in the 90s, I remember asking a guy who's a former intel officer how to join. And he was like, join a church and or the Freemasons. And he's like, what ethnicity are you? Because this was not an in-person conversation. And I was like, a white dude from Michigan. He's like, okay. And he told me this very totally antiquated way that they recruit, which was go to an Ivy League school. That was one of the things. Join a church and or the Freemasons and like rise up in the ranks of whatever you can, because they look for, I don't know, just like really waspy people probably. And then
because they were looking for people loyal to the body, not loyal to the organization.
I see.
Right, loyal to the body means loyal to the other CIA officers. Because pre 9/11, it was kind of the Wild West. There was not a lot of oversight. There was a big black budget that officers could just do whatever they wanted to do. A term was coined that is unfortunately still present at CIA now, where you were looking for people who will play nicely in the sandbox.
Okay.
So you're basically looking for other kids that you want to let into your sandbox, so they'll all play nicely with each other. But if you're the kind of kid that comes in and is like, well, why are we playing in a sandbox? Or if you throw sand in somebody else's face, or if you take someone else's truck, they don't want you in their sandbox.
Yeah.
That was all pre 9/11. There are still cultural vestiges of that have carried through, because officers there right now were the junior officers before 9/11.
Sure. Okay.
So that cultural carryover is still there. But in about 10 more years, they'll be gone.
Right. It'll be interesting. Yeah. I've never been to CIA headquarters or anything, but I'm guessing in the 90s it was a bunch, like you said, a bunch of white dudes. And now it's like men, women, different colors, different hairstyles. I assume, did you have that hair at the scene? No.
I tried having long hair, and it turned into a big deal for the trainers there, because the people training us were vestiges of the
I see.
You've never been to CIA headquarters. Do you want to go?
Yeah.
I will take you.
Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be really
They'll only let us on the first floor. Well, it's the coolest floor, to be honest.
Okay, yeah. The one with the stars and the flags and everything.
And all the busts and all the art and all the museums.
Sweet. Yeah, no, the other floors I can only imagine look like, it's like an embassy, right? You're like, whoa, this place is amazing. And then the rest of it's an office. And it's like, well, shit.
So true.
So
it's all cubicles and cream colored walls.
Yeah, I ended up, I was working at the embassy in Panama in 2002. But it took forever to get my security clearance because of September 11th. And I remember I had a meeting with one of the security guys, and he was like, let me expedite this for you. I know you want to start your career. And I said, here's my stuff. He's like, I don't know why it's taking so long. I mean, September 11th, we're really busy, but like, how hard can it be to clear a gap? And he looked, and it was like, lived in Germany, but the former East Germany. Then it was like Israel. And it's, how long did you spend in Egypt? And he's like, this is going to take years. So I ended up working in a part of the embassy that didn't require any security clearance, and I couldn't go on the other floors, but my friends could. And I was like, just tell me what's on the other floors. And he's like, it looks like the second floor, except in the corner there's a box where you can light shit on fire. And I was like, that's it? That's all? You have like an incinerator? And they're like, that's all. And there's no USB ports to put in your music or whatever. And I'm like, that sucks. Because I was just making travel arrangements for like narco officers in Panama in the military, and basically sending guys to Vegas on the US taxpayers' dime. Sorry, folks. And that was it. And they were like, yeah, I'm looking at a bunch of crap. Like, I actually ended up with one of the better jobs with like minimal responsibility, actual stuff that I was doing. And those guys were just doing intern work, but in a secured area, which is awful. It's the equivalent of being in an underground tank for 3 days at a time. Not quite.
Well, I mean, I think that's the thing. That's, again, we were talking about how media gets it all wrong. What you just described, that's clandestine operations. What you see on James Bond and Jason Bourne, and what you see in Alias, and what you see in most of that, that's not how it works. It works like it's a plain building with a secure floor. There's a big heavy bolt on the front door. And once you go past that door, there's no iPods, there's no cell phones, there's no music, there's no this, there's no freedom.
Yeah.
There's just secure messaging systems. And guess what? Secure messaging systems don't carry GIFs and can't handle PDFs. So it's all tippity tap.
No emojis. Yeah. No. I mean, back then, cell phones, if you had one, were like, it had Snake on it, you know. But yeah, I could bring my phone. Nobody cared. Those guys had to leave theirs in a box. I've heard you talk a bit about your upbringing on other shows and how you started keeping secrets kind of early-ish. And I wonder, well, one, what happened? And also, did that make compartmentalization in your life easy when you got to CIA?
Yeah, and it's, you know, I love these conversations because, like with most people, what's my childhood, I tend to think of as normal for everybody's childhood.
Same, of course.
Like, we all think that whatever our childhood must have been the average for everybody else. It's surprising me when it's not. So I didn't trust my parents growing up. And it was because my father died before I was really born. I think technically he died when I was a few months old, but he was out of my life before I was ever born. So I always just summarize and say he died before I was born. My mom remarried a Caucasian guy who became my stepdad when I was 5. And apparently we had a good relationship until I was 5. But once I hit like 12 or 13, and once I had half sisters, which were his biological children of my mother, our relationship kind of got shaky.
That's too bad.
Well, I mean, I think, again, that's the plight of a step-parent. As an adult and a dad now, I kind of sympathize with my stepdad for what he must have had to go through.
Really?
But regardless, I'm 7 years old, and I'm learning I can't trust my dad, that there's favorites.
Yeah,
he clearly shows favoritism towards my sisters. He clearly trusts what they say more than what I say. So I'm learning I can't trust him. And then my biological mother, who's trying to make a marriage work, again, 44 years old looking back, it makes sense. But 7 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old, it didn't make sense. All I picked up was, Mom doesn't believe me, she believes him. He doesn't believe me, he believes my sisters who are just making shit up because they're 4 years old.
Right.
So I can't trust either. So once that started to take hold, I learned through the School of Hard Knocks how to lie more effectively, how to lie to survive. I also started learning that there's no reason to be honest first. There's a reason to be cagey and kind of distant and aloof first. And then over time, decide if somebody has earned your trust or not earned your trust. So I started understanding that secrets were valuable, and I started understanding that I had the ability to control secrets. And then as I got into like my teenage years in public school, you start realizing that other people, they don't keep secrets at all. Other people are very transparent and they're very open. And then I started realizing, like, if you keep good secrets and you're around somebody who can't keep a secret, then you have tons of information that you can use for whatever you want to use it for. Whether you want to use it to get laid, or whether you want to use it to get ahead on a test, or whether you want to use it to get a teacher in your pocket, like whatever you want to do.
So you saw the advantage of being able to keep your mouth shut kind of early on and not trusting people. But man, that is a rough way to grow up. And I'm wondering, surely you're taking steps to make sure you don't wire your own kids the same way.
Correct. Yeah, okay. That's again something else that I think all parents do. Well, I'll be honest. I don't think all parents are aware of how their childhood impacts them as adults. So then oftentimes what happens is parents will replicate the same way they were parented with their own children. My wife and I were benefited because my wife grew up in a similar household to mine, where she also learned early she couldn't trust what her parents said because what they did was different than what they said.
Interesting.
The big difference between she and I is that she didn't trust her parents and what they said, but she did trust that they loved her. Whereas for me, I didn't trust what they said, and I didn't actually trust that they loved me. I kind of still wonder if my mom could have changed her decision in 1980, would she have changed her decision in 1980?
Have you asked her that?
My mom doesn't tell the truth. So,
right. So what's the point?
So I have asked her. I have made the suggestion that maybe she would have chosen not to have me. She's always like, "No, baby, I would have had you. I would have had you." But at the same time, there are pictures of her taking me to abortion rallies when I'm 3, 4, and 5 years old.
Oh, that's interesting.
So I don't know what I'm glad that she was there, sponsoring women's power and women's rights. But it's got to be a little f***ed up to be like, "Here's my 3-year-old, and I think you should be able to take your baby's life if you want to."
That's interesting. That's an interesting
It's her choice, but it is really interesting to me when she tries to tell me that, of course, she would have had me at 19 years old with no husband and all that other stuff. That's tough.
That is tough. And it seems like what she's saying is, no, I really love you, and I'm so glad you're in my life. But if you were able to go back in time and say, you can turn this pregnancy off with a light switch, she would probably go, "Oh my God, I'm a kid. What am I doing?"
Right. It's a hard call, and that's. Whenever the topic of abortion comes up, for me, I'm very sensitive to it, not in an emotional way, but this is why, whatever your politics are, I believe women should have a choice. Because my mom had a choice. At whatever level, she had a choice, and she chose to give me a chance. And I was not an easy child. I was a sickly child when I was born.
Oh, really?
I had some
you're in good shape now.
Because I was able to recover because my mom had me, and there was a hospital that took care of me, and there was modern day medicine, and that was in the United States.
And then you end up working for this.
We talked about how responsive human beings are when it comes to authority. If you're wanting to seriously take charge of a group or really influence another person at a deep level, you're going to need for them to see you as the authority in the room. And there are 5 tripwires that take place in another person's head. These 5 tripwires are movement, appearance, confidence, connection, and intent. Let's walk through those 5 right now. Movement is how you move your body. And I'm going to give you some tactics on doing that. Appearance is just your overall appearance. We tend to see people that are hygienic, that have a healthy appearance, to be more authoritative. Next, we have confidence, and you've already got a perfect toolbox to leveling up your sense of confidence in the field. Next is connection. Connection means, am I fully checked in? Am I fully tuned in to what I'm doing in this moment? This is also part of the Hughes Authority Inventory that you downloaded in that module when we talked about authority. The final element here is intent. Intent means, do I have a clear intent of what's going on? We talked about this when we talked about confidence. Do I have a generalized expectation of positive outcomes? Also, having a great intent of, I intend to help another person. I intend to do good. I intend to do something good for another person. Just having that level of intent for other people gives you somewhat of an internal hall pass or internal permission slip to have unstoppable confidence. And when you're moving through the world, you are always creating gut feelings in other people, whether you like it or not. It's always going to happen. So having a very good intention for what you're doing, having a clear intention in your mind for your end goal of what you want to accomplish, is the best way to create great gut feelings in other people. So let's really dive into the movement aspect of this, because that's what I think is most important for you to grasp as an operative. The first thing I want you to remember is your posture. Posture is incredibly important. And one thing I want you to take away from this is, are your ears over your heart? And is your heart over your pelvis? It's the one thing I want you to take away from this. And just being able to process that question, not being rigid, not being stiff. Can you have good posture and still be comfortable? So my ears should be over my heart, and my heart should be over my pelvis. Just having those in alignment and still being comfortable is one of the fastest ways to trigger that movement tripwire that lets somebody know that you are the authority figure. One quick way that I teach my clients to remind themselves about posture is when they get in their car, I tell them to adjust their mirror to where it's tilted up just a little bit, to where it forces them to straighten their body to see out of the rearview mirror in their vehicle. And if you start doing this, you're going to get into a habit of adjusting your posture throughout the day. It's just one quick thing that you can do to help remind yourself to have better posture. And remember, it's not stiff, it's not overly rigid, and you can still have great posture and be relaxed. When we went through the confidence module, we talked about how important it was to be comfortable and how important it was to be the most comfortable person in the room. I'm going to give you phase 2 of that challenge right now. What I also want you to challenge yourself with is being the slowest moving person in the room. And here's what I mean by that. As a behavior profiler, I've been watching human behavior for well over 30,000 hours. If there's one thing that I've learned is fear speeds up the human body. Fear speeds up our gestures, our movements, and everything else that goes on inside of us. So one thing I want to challenge you to do this week and for the next few months is set a speed limit on your body. You don't have to be hard on yourself, but I want you to set a speed limit and try to stick to it for an entire week, maybe 2 weeks. Depends on how much you want to challenge yourself. But try to stick to this speed limit. And here's the speed limit. I want you to write this down. For this week, I'm not going to move any faster than if I was standing in a swimming pool or if I was underwater somewhere. So I want being underwater to be the speed limit of your body for this week. And that's going to help you remember to slow down, be more comfortable, be more confident, and you're more in control. And remember, you no longer see the world through hierarchy and status. So when I say you're in control, what I mean is you're in control of you. The most powerful lesson in leadership that I could ever pass down to you is that you can pick a random episode of Andy Griffith. It's called The Andy Griffith Show. And if you're going through a problem in your life right now, you're struggling to build a relationship with someone, you're struggling in some kind of leadership capacity, I don't care what episode it is, I guarantee you can pick a random episode of Andy Griffith and it will have some information in there. It will teach you some sort of lesson that applies directly to whatever issue you're going through in life. I learned about this in the Middle East. When we would screw up, our commander would make us go in and pick a random episode of Andy Griffith, and it never failed. Every time you'd watch that episode, it would have something in that episode that was a leadership lesson about how you had failed your troops or how you had done something to put your people maybe in harm's way. The reason I think this show is so powerful is because of Andy Griffith. It's an older show, but I think it's still available. Andy Griffith is the sheriff in this show of this town called Mayberry. And his responses to everything just exude the most perfect example of authority and everything we mean when we talk about authority. The confidence, the discipline, the leadership, the gratitude, the enjoyment. So he has a composure about him. He has a maturity about him. Wow. The most powerful thing that I could ever teach you is called the composure pendulum. So on the right side of this pendulum, you'll see the letter P for posturing. This is when we're over posturing, we're trying too hard. It's rooted in insecurity. In the middle of this pyramid, we have the C, which stands for composure. And moving to the left, you'll see another C, which stands for collapse. Collapse is when we kind of give up on things. We make ourselves smaller, maybe to make someone else more comfortable, or we're trying to appease a person. Collapse and posturing are both rooted in insecurity. And if you watch any episode of Andy Griffith, you'll see his assistant. His name is Barney Fife. This guy vacillates back and forth on the pendulum between posturing and collapse, back and forth. Just about every episode.
Morning, Carl. It's freezing out there today. How you going? Very good, thank you. So we're going to the 50 bridge streets in 15 minutes. Less than 20. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, traffic is good, so it shouldn't take too long.
Staying in, not going into collapse. I'm following. This is only my opinion, but I think one of the most compelling.
Let me know if it's cold, I can change it. If it gets too cold, I can change it.
He was writing about one of his generals named Maximus, and I want to read this to you because I think it's very. I don't just want to flash on the screen or something. This comes from a book called The Emperor's Handbook, which was written in 121 AD. Maximus set an example of self-mastery, steadiness of purpose, and good cheer that no circumstance, not even illness, could extinguish. He combined in beautiful measure gravity with charm and did whatever needed to be done without making a fuss. Everyone believed Mark would give offense. Nothing surprised or frightened, and he never seemed to be in a hurry or slow to accomplish a task. He was neither intimidated or embarrassed on the one hand, nor aggressive or suspicious on the other. So giving, forgiving, and loyal was he by nature, that he appeared to be a man whose virtues were in honor rather than glory. It is unimaginable that anyone ever felt superior or inferior around him. Perhaps it was pleasing sense of humor. So now you have the keys to it. And you know that if you need to influence another person, you need those 5 traits that move up appearance, confidence, connection, and intent. And that's going to be triggered in other people's heads. That's why you're going to focus on posture, composure, level of comfort, and moving slowly, moving like you're standing in the park. In the next module, I'm going to show you tactical formulas for influence, and I'm also going to give you word for word examples of how to use some of these today. So join me in there right now. Some of the ways that and the exact. The reason I want to do this is because I want you to be able to use these brainwashing techniques on yourself. Let's get started. First, let's talk a little bit about evolutionary psychology. There's a theory out there called the triune brain theory, that our brain evolved in 3 stages. Where the first part of the brain to evolve was this little guy down here, the little brain stem. This is actually what keeps our heart flowing, our blood flow, our breathing, digestion, all of our circulation, all the stuff that we can't consciously do, we can't consciously control it. The next part was this little guy up here. This is the mammalian brain. This is kind of like the brain of an animal. And finally, we had the neocortex, which covers up everything. Literally, the cortex means cover. So if we're looking at the animal part of the brain, we kind of imagine something that's inside of an animal skin, be it a chimpanzee or your dog. It's pretty similar. There's some intelligence and IQ differences there, but they're kind of similar. One thing that's absolutely certain is that the mammalian part of the brain doesn't really comprehend language at all. So what happens? The reason for this part of the brain, this is when we feel fear, when we experience something that's fearful, when we see something we really like, when we see a potential sexual partner. It all rings off, but it doesn't work off of words. It works off of the visual images. It works off of pain. It works off of reward and fear. So what it looks like down on the inside part of this brain is this little part right here. So this is what we really make all of our decisions with, which it is. Most of our decisions in life come from this part of the brain. So if we have a mammalian brain here in this little area and just a little bit surrounded, how would we speak to that thing, that part of our brain that cannot understand English or any language? How do we communicate to that? It's the most powerful thing. It drives our emotions, it drives our decisions, our behaviors, are really down deep inside of this part of our brain, but we can't talk to it. So how would you speak to an animal? How would I relay a message to an animal? We have to do things that are visual and emotional. I'm really going to break this down in just a few seconds. When your brain thinks that something is really important to you, it looks all over the place. Think of the last time you bought a new car and you drove around the entire city, and all you could see was that exact make of car. And it wasn't that a bunch of people just went out and got them right when you did. You just started noticing them because your brain somehow thought, okay, they think this is important. I'm going to start looking for it everywhere I go. And that's called the particular activating system inside of our brain. It's basically a focus flashlight. And that's really important to us because the more we are reminded of something, the more we're reminding our brains that something is important to us, the more the brains will go through it. And we all know somebody who talks negatively all the time, they complain about things all the time, and that's what they get in their life. That's what their brain says, oh, this person wants me to go find all of these negative things. But we're going to get down to the brainwashing part of that and how that applies in just a second. There's been a lot of studies done on success. One of the most profound was a study where they followed people from a very young age, 5 or 6 years old, and the people who became older and were successful all had one big thing in common, and that's the ability to delay gratification. That ability to delay gratification was the single biggest factor whether or not those people are successful. And that's just the introduction to what discipline is. And I'd like to give you my definition from a behavioral expert's perspective of discipline. And discipline is when, in the moment, you're placing your future self's needs in the world. That means the benefit to you in the future is more than the present. And if you think about it, feedback from people who are doing things that are not drink too much, smoking cigarettes, whatever it is, it all comes down to whether or not they're prioritizing the needs of their future self, desires of their present self. When you think about your future self, I want you to think that needs to be my number one priority. Get down into this a little bit deeper in just a second. Let's talk about 2 key concepts here in a really tight package, just so you can understand these concepts. It's pretty much part of what you said. What it means. The first is that most of our failures to future self-neglect. I'll say that again. Most of our problems in our lives we contribute to future self-neglect. I'm neglecting my future self. Think about how many times you've been pissed off at yourself. You stayed up late and there was something going on in your life, decided to go party at night, meeting, job. You say, we tend to be upset on our past self, not really realizing what we do now is setting things up for the future self that we like. And the second key concept here that I really want to unpack for you, especially in this mentality, is habit versus experience. We've all heard people, our friends, maybe it's you, we've all heard people say, oh, he goes to the gym every day, I wish I had the kindness. Or I see her going to the club, working out every day of my life, I wish I had that confidence in my life. But there's a secret of behaviors that with those people, what you're seeing is not the same. You're seeing they have disciplines only require a few times, just like a teaspoon of discipline, just to get a habit started to where it becomes a repetitive. And neurons in the brain literally form a super habit or often do something. And that's a huge part of the brainwashing formula that I developed for military communities. The brainwashing formula has an acronym that spells out FEAR. That stands for focus, emotional involvement, agitation, and repetition. In those four, the focus part means that you need a person's undivided attention. Something has to be so important to a person that they're very focused on what's going on in the present moment. In the emotional part, we need the emotion to be involved for a meaningful change. We also need this for ourselves to change ourselves. If I want to communicate something to that animal brain like we talked about earlier, I need emotion. I need visualization on a very regular basis. And agitation means that something has to be disrupted. In a brainwashing scenario, someone might get their head shaved, wear outfits that are way too big for them, or be placed in a room that's not comfortable, or be deprived of sleep in some way. In your life, all we need to do is change things up. And what we're doing is we're tricking that little 3-pound piece of meat inside of our skull, that little animal brain that's in there. We're tricking it into thinking this is a new environment. I need to pay more attention to what's going on. So the more you're able to agitate your life, wake up at a different time, you change your routines around, move the furniture around, change the light bulbs to a different type of light bulb. Anything you can do to signal to your brain, this is a different era. I've started a new chapter in my life. Whatever you can do, it automatically makes the brain start paying more and more attention to what's going on. And we get that emotional involvement. Some people have talked about vision boards. And this is where, like, one of my goals that I'm setting for next year is going to be, I want to buy this type of house, or this type of car. I want to make this kind of money. Some of these people that do vision boards, and a lot of them attribute this to a spiritual thing, which I don't know much about. I'll give you the science behind it. If you have a vision with all of these photos that are tied to what I've got, the photo of the house, the photo of the car, the things that I want, and I'm looking at that on a very regular basis, that is what's going to be the repetition, the visual part of it. But when you look at it, it should be something that you try to make as sensory rich as possible. So as you're looking at the vision, more sensory rich, what does it look like? What's the temperature there right now? What does it smell like? What does it feel like? The more sensory rich, the more we're going to translate from the upper part of our brain, which is language, sending it down to the animal part of our brain because it builds a cohesive image. Once it gets down there, then there's emotion. So we have the focus, the emotional involvement, and we have the agitation. And those all three work together all the time. So the more you can get a full visual picture and force that animal part of your brain to be emotional, the time, neurons firing repeatedly begin to form a bond, and more neurons form around it. So it begins from a path that you walk past the grass, and it starts to get paved more and more wide, more often. So it becomes automatic behavior and a super habit. And then success becomes a habit. Discipline becomes not just discipline, but that just becomes a habit, something that you normally do. In the link below, I've put the fear brainwashing technique model inside of a goal setting worksheet that you can use to really crush your goals. I want you to try this out. Please reach back out to me if it works for you or if it doesn't. The final part of this is a question that I get all the time. How many goals should I set? There's 4 goal categories that I personally set goals in. This is brain, body, business, and behavior. Each one of those might have 2 or 3 goals. These are the big goals. Brain is the mechanism that will do everything for you. If you don't prioritize your brain health, what you're putting in your body, what you're doing to make your brain healthy, all those things that are making your mental state, your psychology healthy, if those aren't happening, everything else is a domino effect. The brain is the organism that makes everything work. The body is next because the body is what you're using to achieve these goals. Writing a book, if you are starting a business and you're typing out emails, doing it with your body. The healthier your body is, the more likely you are to achieve your goal. The body is the thing that you use to accomplish. The next is business. And this could be how much do you want to make? How many customers do you want to have? You have a major contract coming up. I want to support this many clients a month, whatever it is. I do 2 or 3 business goals there. But I always use, for every single goal, I use the fear model. How will I make sure that I'm focused on this? How will I make it emotional? What will I do to ensure that I'm agitated? My sense of self is a little bit shaken off, and I'm letting my brain know this isn't the everyday situation. You need to pay more attention to this. And how will I make sure that I repeat this goal? And some of this might be, I'm going to put reminders all over my house. Some of it might be, I'm going to put reminders on my phone. So my phone remind me every 3 hours to do X, Y, and Z. One thing I would highly recommend you do is put things everywhere you can to remind you to connect to your future self, think about your future self. One of my clients printed out a picture of themselves using an app that makes you look like 95 years old. So they would always know, I'm going to be that person today. And they were able to connect with their future self. A lot of behaviors that were problematic before started correcting themselves. And if you think about this from that perspective, once we're prioritizing our future self, and we've just got that mindset taken care of, everything else is a byproduct. So I'm eating better, I'm spending money in better places, I'm making smarter investments, I'm doing things with people, I'm building social relationships. That goes down to your relationship with your future self and how much and how often you think about them. So the 4th B is behavior. And behavior could mean I am going to schedule more time to focus on my self-discipline.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I'm going to
See you next time, Stuart.
Yep. I'm going to do something to make sure my mindset is constant. That's different from the health of the organism. Talking about the ecosystem of your psychology. One critical thing you really need to have is a journal. No matter what you're doing with the goals for this year, for next year, for the next 10 years, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. My strongest recommendation is to bring as much awareness as you can onto your daily behaviors. Am I looking forward to my future self on a regular basis? Just rate yourself on a 1 to 10 scale every day. And the journal is the closest thing that you can ever have to a steering wheel on your own behavior. The more awareness you bring to it, the more control you're going to have over that behavior. Remember, the animal part of our brain cannot speak English or any other language. The more you want to speak to that, the thing that makes all of our decisions down there, it needs to be emotional, visual, sensory rich, and repetitive on a very regular basis. Just like when you got that new car and you noticed it out everywhere, you didn't have to try to do that. You looked at it on YouTube all the time, you looked at it online, you noticed it driving around, and eventually your brain starts thinking, this is becoming more important to this person. And you can absolutely do this. You can hack your way into it and do it on purpose instead of on accident. And that's the thing. All we're doing is just taking a few techniques to manipulate a 3-pound organism that's inside of our head. And it's an animal brain. So we've got to use techniques that speak to an animal. How would you show your dog the Taj Mahal? Take them there. We can give them the smells of the experience, the temperature. We can do all kinds of things, but we can't tell them about it. So if you're setting goals, they need to be emotional. And they need to have a why. They need to have a deadline. They need to have milestones associated with them, which you will all find in the download link. It's a free download, goal setting worksheet.
Honestly, I feel like every couple of months some new tool comes along which suddenly becomes this major blocker for Windows users coming over to Linux. And in this case, it's not even a new tool. It's been around for going on 7 years. It's just fairly recently that people have actually been talking about it. That tool is lossless scaling. And I think part of the reason why the discussion is fairly recent is because the scaling part isn't what people have been talking about. Instead, they have been talking about the frame gen, otherwise known as playing video games and generating fake frames. Now, I have said my piece on fake frames many, many times, and judging by the fact that I'm using the term fake frames, you could probably guess my opinion on fake frames. And maybe that's a topic to address in a dedicated video. Nonetheless, though, people do really like the tool. If you want a really good breakdown on how the tech actually works, why you might want to use some of the drawbacks of this method compared to the conventional solutions from AMD and NVIDIA, there is a really good video from Digital.
I intentionally use the term breaking barriers because we all have different barriers. What the reality of life is that we all come into barriers that are similar, but we come into those barriers at different times. For some people, there's a barrier in income that they're born into. For other people, the barrier that they're born into is that they don't have a father. For other people, they come into a financial barrier when they're 18 and they have to leave home. Some people don't ever know financial barriers, but they do know educational barriers because they suffer from dyslexia or they suffer from ADHD. There are people who have barriers that are due to anxiety. The reality is there's really 12 or so barriers that we will all experience in our life, but we will experience them at different times. For some of us, it won't happen until we become parents. For others, it happens as soon as we hit adulthood. The idea is that CIA is extremely familiar with barriers. And what they teach us as officers going through their training programs is not just the details of tradecraft, but it's really to understand that any barrier that we as individuals face, they can get us through. But we can also predict barriers other people will run into. And if you know somebody else's barrier and you understand their barrier better than they do, when you help them through that barrier, they will tell you secrets.
They will tell me secrets. As part of your training to become a CIA officer, you must have learned how to manipulate people. That seems to me, from what I know of spies, pretty foundational to what it is to be a successful spy and to get information from someone else. In this conversation today, are we going to learn how, through your training, you were taught to get information from people and make them do what you wanted them to do?
Yes. And I'll be very frank here. I try to exercise something called radical transparency. If you want to manipulate people, you will learn that from this conversation. If you want to manipulate people, I will teach you how to manipulate people. In just a simple conversation, you can learn those skills. But the thing to understand that's the most important is that whether you want to manipulate or not, others are manipulating you just because you don't know what they're doing, right? The problem with being an intelligence operator is that to achieve the things you have to achieve, you sometimes have to do things that you don't want to do. In being a business owner, what I've discovered is that many business owners struggle because they feel like they have to do things they don't want to do. They feel like they have to be sleazy. They feel like they have to be tricky. They feel like they have to mimic, shyster, bad guy business owners, right? The flip side, if you think of a coin, one side of that coin is manipulation. And that coin has value. Manipulation has value. But the other side of the same coin is motivation. If you can get people to do, then you have motivated them. And that is worth just as much as getting people to do what you want them to do, which is manipulating.
We'll get into all of that, but I want to understand where you came from, because I think this is quite pertinent to both your work as a CIA officer, but also there's really interesting sort of psychological elements to why the CIA chose you that are deep within your childhood story. Going right back to the beginning of your life, what is the most important context we need to understand you?
I think the most important thing to understand from my childhood is that I was raised by my mom. My father died. My father was killed before I was born. He died in a violent crime in California. I didn't know him ever. And my mom had to start life with a newborn son, not just as a single mom, but also as the single mom of a man who was killed in a crime. So it was my mom and my grandma that raised me from very young. My mom is a woman of color. She's Latina. My father was American Indian. So there was an element of racial diversity in 1980 when I was born that also kind of played a role in all of that. And the reason that that's important is not because of what happened in the past. It's because from that foundation, my mom married a Caucasian man who became my stepdad, who became my adopted father as well. And I had to kind of learn how to come of age, or literally come of age, in a household where I didn't know my father. I had a stepdad who was Caucasian with two half sisters who were Caucasian. And my stepdad's whole goal was to just pull my mom as far away from her roots as possible, because he didn't want to deal with all the drama that comes from being part of a Catholic Latin family. And my mom was all for that, but nevertheless, like that was the kind of soup that I came out of.
What were the needs that were going unmet in your life at that point?
You do not ask easy questions, man. So I did not feel loved. Growing up, I did not feel loved. My mother, irrationally, that she loved me. Cold woman. She was focused on career success. She was focused on feminism. She was focused on other things. I as an adult now, my sisters and I often reflect on the fact that we think our mom was the kind of woman that didn't want to be a mom, but it was expected of her to be a mom. So therefore she became a mom. So there wasn't a lot of love. There wasn't a lot of emotional support. There was plenty of academic support. And it was always hard because the academic support came, I think, as a way of making sure that they didn't have to provide the other support. Because if you have an academically successful student who turns 18, they can get the fuck out of the house and you can have your life back. And I think that was the mission for my mom, was just academic success, academic success. Be successful so I don't have to take care of you, because I'm not really good at this whole hugging, loving thing. And I just want you gone. So I feel like that was my mom. My dad and my mom, I think, had a marriage that was based in a common set of objectives, more so than shared love. And they were just kind of pursuing those objectives. And I was fortunate because from that, I was cultivated to be a hardworking academic success. And that led to a full ride scholarship, and that led to, success in other parts of life. But for sure, it left behind a trail of always wondering who loves me in my family. Is love even important in a family? Does it matter? Or am I being too focused on this whole love thing? As an example, I tell this story because it's totally normal to me, but a lot of other people find it surprising. There was a day where my mom pulled me aside. I was having an argument with my stepdad, and I went to my mom looking for support, and I asked her to support me. I was like, do you love me? Right? Do you love me, or do you love dad more? And she looked at me and she was like, of course I love your dad more than I love you, because you're my son. I have to love you. You were born to me. I must love you, but it's a choice to love your dad. So I have to love him more because it's a choice. And for me, I will never forget that conversation. I'll never forget the look on my mom's face. It was so simple and so academic and so clear to her. And it's never been something I could ever actually accept. And even now, as a husband and a father myself, I don't understand how that was logically sound to her. I don't know how you could ever actually prioritize who you love. CIA believes that all people are born with a spy secret superpower. For some people, that means they can win deals. For others, they can spot liars. Some can even seduce lovers. I built a free 3-minute test to help reveal to you exactly what your secret hidden superpower is. All you have to do is click on the link in the description below, take the test, and start using your spy superpower to stay ahead of 99% of people.
All of that, as you said, is the resulted in your academic success and your focus and all of those kinds of things. But at what cost?
I mean, it makes you kind of fucked up, man. It makes you feel like, first of all, it makes you feel like your secrets are justified. It makes you feel like you must have secrets because there's nobody that you can talk to about certain things. I remember for many years, you can't take your love life to mom and dad. You can't tell them the girl that you think is cute. You can't talk to them about not getting picked to go to the prom dance or anything like that. You can't talk about that with them because they don't care. And you can't trust your sisters, you can't trust your mom, you can't trust your dad, you can't trust people in your own house. So because you can't trust them and because you can't take certain things to them, you must keep secrets. And since you must keep secrets, you must be allowed to keep secrets. There must be secrets that are totally acceptable that they are also keeping from you. So I grew up in a world where secrets were something that was very normal. And then from that, you start to learn that if secrets are normal, then lying must also be normal and totally acceptable. So there's a level of sociopathy that develops when you feel like you're on your own. And that's something that most people out there who are loners, who have grown up in that world, they learn to understand that there are certain elements of social behavior that are not culturally acceptable, but as long as you don't talk about them, you can practice them. So that's a big part of what I learned personally, was that secrets, how to keep secrets, that secrets are normal, how to lie without being caught, and more importantly, that there is a very real difference between the people who are raised in a world where they trust people, they trust others, and because they trust others, they have a built-in vulnerability, a built-in deficiency of compared to the people who are raised in a world where they don't trust others. Because when you're raised in a world where you don't trust, you can always learn to trust. But when you're raised in a world where you trust first, to not trust someone else.
How do you feel about that wiring that you have because of that experience?
I mean, it's sad. I'm doing everything in my power to not wire my children the same way that I was wired. So I do believe that there is a faulty wire, but at the same time, it's been very valuable to me. It's been very productive and valuable in terms of what I've been able to experience, what I've been able to see and do financially, economically, relationally. I benefit and value, and this is a big challenge that I have, is as much as I sit here telling friends, and like I'm telling you, secrets, because this is what happens. We tell people secrets when they trust you. When I share with you the challenges of growing up, it's important to me that I don't sound like I'm complaining or whining, because I had a fantastic foundation for success after that. But I defined success in all the ways that I was trained to define success: financially, economically, empirically, not based on how I feel internally.
Have you had to do a lot of work to counteract the potential consequences of that wiring as you become an adult and a father and all of those things? It's something I think about a lot. I think I've got my own pretty fucked up wiring, and I'm scared now because I'm on the footsteps of becoming a dad myself. You know, I'm with a partner, I've been with her for 4 years. We're talking about kids right now, and I think, Jesus Christ, like you almost can foresee that there's a really high possibility I'm going to fuck up as a dad, because my brain is wired towards like validation and work, career success, and I'm a bit of a workaholic. And so have you had to do a lot of work on that too?
Absolutely. So the first thing I'll say is you will fuck up as a dad. We will all fuck up as parents. The question is, how big will we fuck them? And I'm working very hard to make sure that the way that I fuck up my kids is in small ways that they can fix in small ways. But I already know, like, the sins of the father pass on. So I'm just trying to minimize what I pass on that's negative and maximize what I pass on that's positive. The additional layer that is unique to myself at all professional intelligence officers, is that when we are recruited into intelligence service, specifically when CIA recruits field operators, it's fairly transparent. They tell you that you were recruited because you are a little fucked up. They tell you that you were recruited because of a certain psychological profile that makes it so that you pragmatically view things like secrets and lies. There's a few different terms. We call it moral flexibility. Depending on the situation, there are some things that I would deem immoral, but to do them in a different situation is totally acceptable. And that's just something that I'm wired to be, that's been wired in me since I was a kid. But CIA understands how to take advantage of that, how to use that in a way that benefits American national security. There's also an element of high performance that comes from being wired in a certain way. So there is a tie between childhood trauma and high performance. It's it's a documented connection, but CIA has learned, as has MI6 and Mossad and all the other intelligence services of the world, they've learned that when you train someone who has just the right amount of childhood trauma high performance, when you get your hands on them at the right time in the right period of their life, they can be trained to become extremely loyal, highly productive field operators that end up spending 30 plus years in service to their nation.
When did they get their hands on you?
They recruited me when I was 27 years old, coming out of the military in 2007. I was looking for whatever the next step was going to be, and that was when I was approached by a CIA recruiter.
I heard that you got a pop-up on your computer screen.
Yeah, back in the day, I was actually applying. I was a nuclear missile officer for the CIA, I was a nuclear missile officer for the Air Force. And a nuclear missile officer in the Air Force controls nuclear ICBMs. So I wore the little ring.
Wait. What's a nuclear ICBM?
So a nuclear ICBM is a nuclear intercontinental ballistic missile. So the large missiles that carry nuclear warheads for mutually assured destruction, nuclear war type of stuff.
So you controlled the nuclear missiles?
I was half of who controlled them. I wore one ring, somebody else wore a different ring, and that was how a nuclear missile got launched.
What does the ring do? So
the ring is a key. On the end of it is a key, and when you get a nuclear code that comes in, the code, you put it into an old school computer system, and the two of you take your key ring and you insert it into the silo operating system, and then you turn in unison. And when you turn in unison, it launches the nuclear weapon.
How did you get yourself to the point in life at 27 years old where you're holding a nuclear key around your neck?
I would love to say it was a series of good decisions, but it wasn't. I did what I was told. That's how I got there. I did what I was told when I was in high school, and I got good grades. And then my mom told me that the best school of all the universities that chose me, the best school I should go to is the Air Force Academy. So then I accepted a full ride scholarship to the United States Air Force Academy, where I did what I was told, and I graduated as a lieutenant. And then I followed what the Air Force told me to do from there. And they told me to learn how to fly, and then they told me that they needed me to work in nuclear and space weapons instead. So then I went to that school, and I did well at that school, and I ended up just kind of climbing the ladder. I found myself 100 feet underground.
Why?
So in 2007, when I was a nuclear missile officer, you sit in a launch control capsule, an LC, that sits 100 feet underground. And you sit there on a 72-hour shift with one other person, the other person who holds the other key. And then you are one nuclear crew of maybe 30 different nuclear crews who are all on deployment at the same time. So at any given time in one Air Force base, there's 60-ish people underground for 72 hours at a time. And then in a different missile base, there'll be a different 60 people underground. And your whole job is just to sit there and wait for a nuclear war to break out. And obviously nuclear war hasn't broken out, and hopefully it never will break out. So as you sit there underground, not seeing sunlight, as you sit there in a capsule with one other person that you very rarely ever like, you have a lot of time to reflect on what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? I'm a redundancy of a scenario that we all are working very hard to make sure never happens. Is this a productive life? Like, am I making a difference? Am I leaving a mark in history, sitting here, not launching missiles, waiting for a message to come in that I already know isn't going to lead to nuclear war? It's a very difficult and thankless job that even right now, as you and I are having this conversation, there are some 200 Americans sitting underground doing that exact job. And that's just in the United States. Every country that has nuclear weapons is doing the same thing.
If an order had come in that instructed you to launch a nuclear weapon, would you have done it?
Absolutely. That's what you do. The other thing that's important to understand is where redundancies are redundancies. So we don't know if an order says to launch nuclear weapons. We just know that an order comes in that says to insert the keys and turn them. And if it's a valid order that comes in, then the machine will let us insert our keys, we will turn our keys, and then the machine will do what the machine does. Sometimes that order that's coming in is saying launch nuclear missiles. Sometimes that order that's coming in is just a drill to make sure that the two people in the capsule turn their keys.
Just like robots. They create robots. Never human.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and I love conspiracy theories. But one conspiracy theory that I'm believing is more fact every single hour is a Jeffrey Epstein situation. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, I'm going to just clue you in again. Jeffrey Epstein was one of the most prolific convicted traffickers, I would say, an individual that was connected to every high-profile, powerful person in the world. So this story kind of blends beyond countries. It's not just an America thing. It's actually international. Okay, there's Canadians that have met him. There are Americans that have met him. There are Europeans that have met him. Dude, there's probably everyone from every continent that's interconnected with this guy. If you're a billionaire, you're probably in this club. If you're somebody that has the highest position of power, you probably have known or maybe even interacted with this guy. So there's this whole conspiracy about Jeffrey Epstein's client list. Who did he potentially involve in his sick and illegal affairs? A little too deeply, if you will. So obviously the reason I'm talking about it is because the most powerful person in the world, the president of the United States, POTUS, will not stop talking about it. And it just becomes a situation where the Streisand effect takes full hold. So we're going to get a little deeper into this. We're going to listen to it. This is the guy. These are the people. This is the side of the U.S. Political parties that were always like, we got to drain that swamp. We got to pull the plug. We got to drain the swamp in D.C. of all the corruption. Now, I'm not somebody that wants to both sides of this. Okay, I know that some would say that, Moody, you're a centrist. No, I really think that this is the time where we should all be laughing at the right guys. And the best part about it is a lot of the people that kind of, are some of the big right guys that I've seen are actually pushing really hard on Trump. And it's hilarious because, to be honest with you, I think this is a situation that goes beyond, people's disagreements or what, your core beliefs are. We should all be against the elite trafficking human beings like cattle, okay? Simple as that, okay? We should all be against it. And if it turns out that one side is primarily campaigning to drain the swamp and make it so that, hey guys, we should bring all these injustices to light and bring real justice to people. If they're suddenly stopping shit, we need to all call it out. So anyways, I want to play a clip here where Trump is just losing it. Watch this.
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made quick briefing. No, she's given us just a very quick briefing. And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden. We went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it. but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible.
I love how it's like, you look earlier this year, it's like, yeah, man, all these fields are on my desk. It's all a hoax. It's all bullshit. It's a hoax. It's a hoax. You know, the best part about it is we live in the day of social media, and, you know, thank God people can at least fact check in real time. To which, obviously, you know, people started looking back and going, you know what, this wasn't started with the loony libtards, if you will, right? Like, that's what everyone says here in this side of the camp. No, it actually kind of stuck with, you know, George Bush Jr. back in the day. Claim prosecutor struck up a secret plea deal with Epstein under Obama. False. Former President Obama didn't even take office until January 20th, 2009. And yes, this is fact. This is factual. You can check this for yourself. You can just look at the dates people got into office and when administrations changed. It's really not that difficult to do basic fact checking. In fact, the next federal investigation happened under Trump's first term. So again, these were the guys that were kind of in the power to really do something about it and expose this disgusting ring for what it really is, which I think they still should do. Again, thank God that we're kind of living in an age where people are fact-checking. And again, I want to stress this. This is not like one side is evil, one side isn't. This is like, look, at the top of it, if you want to look at photos, you know, Epstein took photos with, like, Trump. He took photos with, like, you know, what was it, like Bill Clinton? It didn't matter, okay? Like I said, like I've always been saying in this, once you get to a level of wealth and power, somehow your worlds all combine. Everyone is in this pot together. And that's the shit that needs to be exposed. I don't care about the implications. I don't care if it destroys countries, even if it destroys the fucking upper echelon. If there is illegal stuff, like if human beings are treated like cattle, it is up to our enforcement mechanisms, it is up to our investigation agencies to stop that shit. So again, Trump will not stop talking. And then he started saying something even goofier this morning. Okay, this is probably one of the catalysts for me laughing and talking about this, because again, it's all the Streisand. The radical left Democrats have been painted again, just like with the fake and fully discredited Steele dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, which the Dems swore had come from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. And even the Russia scam itself, a totally fake and made-up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big one. It's like looking at ChatGPT spit out a like fucking prompt. It's crazy. The big loss in the 2016 election. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. Brother, you guys were the ones that wanted to drain the swamp and expose this guy. He was a big talk. These conspiracies didn't just come from the loony left. They came from the fucking retarded right, too. I'm just saying, like, what the? Hold on a minute, champ. You can't just completely forget history. I know it's easy to fucking put your head in the sand, but God, like, Jesus. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Oh, man. Oh, what a shame. Oh, my God. Are you telling me that people are not just hive-minded? Wait, that's actually a good thing. If your own base is criticizing you for some problems, it's time for you to listen to them. Their new scam is that we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters, the people that aren't drinking the Kool-Aid, I guess, you know, Heaven's Gate 2.0 is in that culty, it seems, have bought into this bullshit hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson, probably never will, even after being caught by the lunatic left for 8 long years. I have had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in the country's history. And all these people want to talk about, which fake news and the success story of them is the Epstein hoax. So now it's a hoax. Now it's just that they're laughing at you. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Dems' work. Don't even think about talking to our incredible and unprecedented success, because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention to this matter. You know, I'm not going to say it, but I really do personally think this guy is in compliance, okay? That's my personal belief. You, as a president, should not be this, okay? This is like, this isn't even like saying, hey, guys, let's stop talking about it. This is just getting into the points where you're insulting people for even just
Pretty much.
rightfully so about it. And it just doesn't stop there. It gets even more disgusting, because these
fucking elites. That's what they are. It's not president. The elites in power are laughing at you. Listen to this.
I know you want people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story? So upset about how it's been handled. Why you would be so interested? He's dead for a long time. It was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the critical information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the and all of the different things, the steel that was all fake. All that information is fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going.
Yeah, how are you, Jessica?
Really only
Very well, thank you.
people, including fake news, want to keep something like that.
That's really all you need to hear.
Going to the Commonwealth. We'll be there in 30 minutes.
So they've got
Let me know the temperature's okay. If it gets cold, I can change it.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
And again, the reason why people talk about and it's one of those things where even though not on this side, at least I can once again agree and say this goes beyond anything we've done. It's cool to unveil information about the worst people. And if a lot of people would run that children get burned, should we not be? Otherwise, then we can all just agree that the entire debate with human corruption and human beings who are right and outraged and seeking justice would be like such a grave injustice to go right by. What's really crazy is like you come across people who are also representative, like this Nancy basis, like all child, rapists should get the death penalty. See, I'm like her, I'm not scared of the censorship. Like, if YouTube wants to yellow dollar sign me, go right ahead. But I'm not going to do this TikTok like, oh, this person got the blood. It's a very serious situation. It should be. If words like that make you spark up and shock yourself, it should, because we're talking about shocking subject matter. Anyways, she ended up voting against the release of these Epstein files. So what had happened a couple days ago, and I'm not going to really get into it because I saw a lot of people get outraged, but inside the United States, I believe it was the House of Representatives, they introduced a motion that would, basically force disclosure of these Epstein files. And alarmingly, every single person on that Republican side, except for like one person, pretty much unanimously said, no, we don't want that stuff released. Now, generally, I don't get outraged immediately because there's always something deeper in regards to this. So apparently, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe a lot of this was tied to something known as the Genius Act, which was the Guiding and Establishing National Innovation of U.S. stablecoins. So they were basically making the situation to establish a federal framework for stablecoins. So things like Tether, yada, yada, yada. So stablecoins, like buy a dollar, exchange a dollar for a dollar, kind of token. Now, again, something like this would allow you to basically go to the store and maybe use like a crypto or a stable coin instead of something like Apple Pay or whatever. Then you can start to exchange crypto for coins and so on. So, but obviously, crypto is such an unregulated place that you need to kind of figure out, how to attach this. But again, we're kind of going off on a tangent. So eventually, what happened with a representative, Kana introduced an actual amendment. So we'll pull up the amendment just so you guys can predict. This amendment is really short. It's just at the end of the following new section: preservation and release of records. So again, it's the Attorney General, which would be Pam Bondi, shall retain, preserve, and compile any records of evidence related to the investigation, prosecution, and incarceration of Jeffrey Epstein, not later than 30 days after the date of the enactment of this act. The AG shall release and publish any records or evidence related to any investigation, prosecution, or incarceration of Jeffrey Epstein on a publicly accessible website. So this all seems pretty good. And I've seen a lot of people twist this and say, oh my God, were they asking for agencies to release illegal tapes like CSAM material into the public for anyone to consume, that's not anywhere close to what's being asked. Obviously, if you want to logically apply something, things will be redacted. The government's not just going to be releasing illegal CSAM material for no reason. They will, however, ensure release records and relationships that everyone wants to see in regards to Epstein. There's nothing wrong with that method. But obviously, I wanted to look deeper into this and see why it was against. Now, I'm not a huge follower of US, like, the legislative framework, if you will, but from what I understand, now, according to the guys over at Axios, what it came out for was that obviously when this amendment was attached, the Republicans were against it because it wasn't pertinent to this, crypto token, right? Which again, you amended new piece of legislation for that, but we'll get down to that in a second. And then the other thing was, this was one of those votes where it becomes a procedural vote, right? So they didn't want to give Democrats any partial control of that House floor. And again, when you vote this way, apparently it's about party discipline. So what happens is, generally speaking, you have to vote one way. You can't, vote you have to vote like some stuff that it like specifically make sure that you're voting on their side, whether you want to or not. Okay, it's a compliance system. That's how you make sure, I guess, party solidarity. And again, there was one guy from South Carolina who's like, you know what, I absolutely would like to vote again. I want these files to be used in amongst that meeting's happening. So again, that was for reason why it wasn't that like they specifically introduced this act and every Republican voted against, which also makes me question that sure, not your side, party that wants to separate legislation specifically focuses on releasing this material. And then you all can vote yes on it. Whatever side you're on, you all can unanimously say, yeah, we support exposing diddlers and exposing trafficking networks. And seriously, we want to expose people that treat fucking being like cattle. Then there would not be an issue. It's really wild because, like, again, this is the group and party that wanted to drain the swamp. They wanted to expose that corruption. But realistically, I think anybody that things were going to change. There's always that need stuff where like you fell for it. I really think that you're not a dating guy. Like you really people always like, okay, this guy's being said first. I'm not saying I don't ever really like getting to the side of things. But, if you watch me long enough, I think you guys probably know this guy. But I'm also somebody that really doesn't trust the party powers. I'm not somebody that trusts any of these like established groups. Because again, I'm just somebody that have all this power. And that's what I personally I feel like we've had so many years of these files possible for years. This person, the connections he had, has been for so long. We've only ever been able to slightly away. But that's just the reality we're in. But now, I really think it's important the pressure of at least those Republican guys, because they're the ones that wanted to expose this information from the beginning. Now, when you have that opportunity, now when it's presented, suddenly the Epstein is a hoax. It's just some part of it. You guys were the ones that stoked the flames. So now that you're getting burned, you should feel fucking bad. No. Anything, I don't have one person I don't have one group of people that turned out the story. That is victims. It's all it's been. Because realistically, it takes a lot of balls to come and speak against Epstein. And the thing is, now they've been basically thrown out. They've basically been left to the dogs. And now they'll have to. Now they know that they're only out. They have to effectively try to survive on their own. Because now the government has basically covered this up. It's open season on those things. Now, one thing that I want to also end on too is that again, this is the party that wanted to, really transparent. And obviously there's even more new information that has come out that apparently that video, the prison footage that we saw, and I showed you guys how to do basic metadata analysis. Well, forensic also looked more into that footage, and they found out that apparently it wasn't just a minute that was cut out of the footage. It was around 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 53 seconds to be exact, were removed from the two clips that were basically put together in Adobe Premiere. So again, we have to ask these questions. What happened in those 2 minutes and 53 seconds? Why were they removed? Who is the account MJ Colton, right, that put together the footage inside Adobe Premiere? Again, this is the worst outcome that I've seen. It's the worst case. And the more people like Trump just keep saying it's fake news, it's false, the more people are wrong. And it really feels like this is one of those situations. 5 minutes that just and that's actually that's a question. Can't I point out inconsistencies as that's people should because this is again, maybe this stuff, maybe this stuff. But at this point, I don't know whatsoever. I do because of how she work at the top have to, but whether this destroys the world or not, I do want because a country like America can't be transparent, no other country can be transparent. It's actually funny. When my dad immigrated to North America, one of the biggest problems with that problem was corruption. The government just was above the law. You couldn't see the truth from it. You couldn't do anything. And, when you move to North America, whether it's Canada, whether it's America, the United States, these are countries that kind of pride themselves on being uncorrupt, honestly. But, to see, even if you're retired, so the powers that be kind of are still the same. Anyways, I'm getting too much into the black, ladies and gentlemen, but I will getting fucking more statement. Hello, guys and gals. Steve Goodahar. How do I identify it?
Sure, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day. Thank you. $5. So good. Now I can buy a coffee. $5, bro. Be rich soon. What can we do with $5? Shouldn't spend only once, right? No, $5, dude. $4.99 actually. It's pretty good. 30 minutes work for $5. This is the best, man. Holy shit. Money glitch. 30 minutes of work for $5. Let's go.
Have you ever worked so hard for something, only to ruin it the moment it finally starts to go right? You get the dream job and miss deadlines. You fall in love and start picking fights. You begin a new habit, then sabotage it within days. Why? What if I told you there's a hidden part of your mind that wants things to fall apart? Not because it hates you, but because it's protecting you from something even scarier than failure: change. This isn't laziness, it's not weakness. It's a built-in psychological defense system that lives in the shadows of your unconscious, and it's been running the show without your permission. In this episode, we're diving into the darkest corners of the human psyche to expose the part of you that sabotages your success, and the twisted reason it secretly loves to. Let's begin. To understand why we sabotage ourselves, we first have to meet the part of us that does it, the shadow self. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychiatrist, described the shadow as the hidden part of our psyche, everything we reject, suppress, or deny about ourselves. It's not just our darkness, but also our unexplored potential. It's made of parts of you that at some point were deemed unacceptable, too angry, too needy, too wild, too different. So what happens? You hide them, you adapt, you become who you're supposed to be. But those rejected parts don't vanish. They go underground, into the unconscious, where they start influencing your thoughts, choices, and reactions without you even realizing it. This is where sabotage begins. Imagine the shadow as a younger version of you, locked in the basement, still trying to be heard. It doesn't speak in words, it speaks in impulses, fears, and patterns. Ever lash out when you're about to get close to someone? Procrastinate right before something big? Walk away from something just as it's about to succeed? That's the shadow whispering, this isn't safe. Stay small, stay familiar. It's not evil, it's protective, but it's outdated protection based on old wounds. The tragedy is this: the shadow isn't trying to ruin your life, it's trying to protect you from pain. It just doesn't know you've grown. Until you bring it into the light, it will continue to run the show from behind the curtain.
Recognizing your shadow is the first step toward reclaiming control over your life, because what remains unconscious will always control you, and you'll call it fate. The shadow self thrives in secrecy, because that's how it survives. From a young age, we're taught which parts of ourselves are acceptable and which are not. Maybe you were punished for expressing anger. Maybe you learned that needing love made you weak, so you buried those parts to be safe, to belong, to be good. But buried emotions don't disappear. They fester. They stay hidden the more power they gain. Psychologically, this is where Freud's concept of defense mechanisms comes in. Tools your mind uses to keep painful truths out of awareness. Repression, denial, projection. These all help maintain the illusion that everything's fine. But here's the paradox. By avoiding the shadow, you feed it. The shadow becomes a trickster, manipulating your choices, sabotaging your goals, not out of malice, but because it's been exiled and unheard. It thrives in the dark because it was born in the dark. It survives through secrecy, shame, and silence. And as long as it remains unacknowledged, it will shape your behavior from beneath the surface, without your consent. Bringing it into the light isn't comfortable, but it's the only way to stop silently steering your life. It sounds irrational. Why would anyone choose pain? But here's the twist. The brain doesn't crave what's good for you. It craves what's familiar. If you grew up in chaos, you might find peace uncomfortable. If you were constantly criticized, validation might feel suspicious. If love was conditional, unconditional care might seem unsafe. This is what trauma experts refer to as trauma repetition, the unconscious drive to recreate early emotional environments, even if they were painful. Why? Because your nervous system equates familiar with safe. It's predictable. You know how to survive it. So you might find yourself stuck in patterns that hurt you, relationships that mirror old wounds, self-sabotage that feels oddly comforting, chaos that feels like home. Your mind says, I want change, but your body whispers, this feels too new, let's go back. So the cycle repeats. This is where the shadow thrives, in the gap between what you say you want and what your nervous system has learned to expect. That gap creates tension, anxiety, and often sabotage. The inner saboteur isn't trying to hurt you. It's trying to return you to a pain it understands, because unfamiliar peace feels like a threat. Until you become conscious of these patterns, you'll keep choosing what's familiar over what's healthy. Not because you're broken, but because your pain became your blueprint. Here's the uncomfortable truth. Sometimes sabotage doesn't just feel familiar. It actually feels good. Your brain is wired to seek rewards, especially through dopamine, the neurotransmitter that reinforces habits and behaviors. But it doesn't discriminate between what's healthy and what's harmful. It simply repeats what produces a predictable emotional outcome. So when you procrastinate right before a big deadline, argue just as a relationship deepens, or binge on distractions when you're close to a goal, you might feel momentarily relieved. That relief, dopamine. Over time, the brain starts associating sabotage with safety and even pleasure. It becomes a shortcut to emotional release. Chaos replaces boredom. Drama replaces intimacy. Failure replaces the anxiety of success. You've now got a neurological loop. Sabotage. Repeat. This is why just trying harder doesn't work. You're fighting the nervous system that's been trained over years to say,
Let me know if it's too cold or hot, I can change it.
to break the cycle, you have to do more than resist impulses. You have to retrain them. You have to give your nervous system a new
story. That peace can feel safe. That success can feel earned. That stillness can feel satisfying. We all say we want success, more love, more freedom, more impact. But when it starts to happen, something strange kicks in. Panic, resistance, self-doubt. Why? Because two parts of the unconscious mind, success,
see what it ends on. Then if it ends too close to 0, then you can make a decision. I was like, actually, it's a good idea because then if it's like on 15% or something, then that probably will last. Yeah. It's because it's the music. So the other thing is, I could also just like in short. Yeah, but I don't think it tracks the runners up. It shuts lots of things down. The good thing is, I can just take my phone, like in my shorts. Yeah, I need to buy a pair of shorts. Yeah, exactly. So I was seeing some of those. Yeah, I just need to make sure that it's stable and stuff. So I'll do so that I've got some. I don't know whether or not they do like. What I remember when you go back to TV, it's on the back track. It's what halfway to the back off. So it might have been it's you finish that, but obviously if the music's good on low, then it lasts longer.
things that could do with to brains transformation. It's been running for years. This isn't it's making the system to feel safe, peace, success, intimacy, stability. It will practices speak to each other, sketch, sabotage, give yourself the safety, information, visualize your insanity as a separate part of the dialogue. Ask what it's protecting you from. Most often you find it's not trying to harm you, it's stuck in an old survival. Somatic work. Since the shadow lives in the body, not just the mind, use practices like breath work, grounding, nervous system regulation to safely release stored fear and tension. Positive reinforcement creates small, repeated experiences of safety and success. Celebrate small wins. Let your body learn that good things don't lead to loss. With consistency, your internal world begins to shift from sabotage to self-trust.
Thanks, Charlie, but I guess I was saying like I would be first but
something remarkable.
still closer.
Integration doesn't mean the saboteur vanishes.
Yeah, I know, but
Part of it is no longer exile.
Third Street
It's
one
seen,
is actually
understood, and invited to evolve. You stop reacting
I
from
don't
fear and stop
know
responding
that.
from lens. You begin to notice the urge to sabotage and pause instead of obey. You realize you're no longer ruled by the past. This is the
That's fair to the competition. That's that side.
when you shout out into it and stop shouting for your attention, it becomes a source of insight, creativity, even strength. Resistance because you the goal is never to be perfect. The goal is to be wrong. Wholeness begins the moment you stop rejecting you. Start listening. And you know the part of you that sabotages everything. It's the moment you turn to the never stop trying to keep you safe. Safety is listening to you. So here's your invitation. Start paying attention. Start to count yourself procrastinating. Picking a fight or shrinking from success. So ask, what part of me is afraid right now? How does it need? Bring light to what's been living in the dark. If this episode sparks something in you, consider journaling this part. What am I most afraid right now? If I actually get what I want. And if you found this helpful, share it with someone who's stuck in that cycle. Sometimes you just need someone to say, you're not broken, you're just protecting yourself the only way you know. Healing starts with awareness. What if I told you your thoughts, your choices, even your beliefs may not be yours? Every day, without realizing it, you're being steered, nudged, framed, not through force but through precision. That is the key.
Yeah,
That's
see that you
This isn't science fiction. It's psychological
manipulation.
and it's happening in
Spoke by
relationships, media, politics, marketing, even in conversations that seem innocent. These aren't tricks from some pickup artist blog. These are deep, clinically studied tools most disarming forms of manipulation doesn't come from attack, it comes from agreement. Flawless, effortless, and little too perfect. It's called the mirror technique, and it works by reflecting it back at yourself. The manipulator adopts your values, your tone, your insecurities, your sense of humor, they match your posture, your pace, your beliefs. You feel seen, understood, and even connected. That's the truth. We naturally draw to people who feel familiar. It's biology. We equate sameness with safety. So when someone mirrors us,
Hope you have a wonderful day.
stop trusting. That's when we stop moving. This technique is used in high-level sales and negotiations, conflict management, relationships, political speeches. It can make you feel like they just get you. They'll echo your frustrations, your desires, your worldview. You start to think, finally, someone who understands. But here's the
Oh,
upsetting part.
that's $5 again.
They're being strategic.
I got $10,
By
bro.
becoming a reflection,
We
they
were.
bypass your filter.
What are we doing with
You're no
$10?
longer listening to them. You're listening to a version of yourself.
Package of
And when
eggs is
someone who
$9.
understands you makes a request,
Maybe I can buy
suggests a
eggs, maybe bread. Bread's not that cheap.
it feels natural to say yes.
Damn it, so
You don't
eggs.
even see the manipulation because it wears your face. So how do you
Wearing
spot
my
this?
face off.
Look for perfection. Look for patterns that are too aligned.
This
Read
pattern is
relationships
wrong.
and
Like I'm doing
perfection,
something.
differences, mistakes. If someone
But that's
shows
cool.
up
I helping.
and pushes back, they're probably not connecting. They're performing. And in that performance, your consent becomes choreography.
It's my dancing.
Gaslighting.
Shit.
Gaslighting isn't just lying. It's warping your sense of reality until you no longer trust yourself. It starts small. A manipulator tells you that's not what happened. You push back, confused. The next time they say you're imagining things. Over time, you start to doubt your memory, then your instincts, then your emotions,
$10 Australian dollars for an hour.
your
It's pretty
entire
good.
perception of truth. Gaslighting works because it targets
If I
your
do
inner
this every day,
compass.
I'll be millionaire.
It doesn't try to control what you do.
It's pretty
It
good.
makes you question whether what you feel is even valid. And once
Forgot
that
the
compass
tax.
is broken,
Shit.
the
Tax. That's right.
manipulator can lead you anywhere.
So I got $3.
It's not always dramatic. It can be subtle, smooth,
How about if I
even
get
loving.
sick?
It's not that big a deal.
It's not a big deal.
I never said that. You must have misunderstood.
Sure.
Don't you trust me more than your own memory? Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
You'll find gaslighting in abusive relationships, corporate denial culture, media spin, and even political messaging. It's especially effective when the victim wants to.
But what I
believe the
worry for getting
manipulator,
paid when it's a
because we're
war.
wired
It's
to
true.
preserve connection,
It's a war
even if
here
it
and a
means
war there.
abandoning our own truth.
War things to worry about.
Here's the
Why I have to
dangerous
worry
part.
for not
People who are
paying
being
my
gaslit
rent?
often defend their
And
gaslighting
1 week,
because when the only other option is accepting
1
that
week,
someone close to you is
retarded of
manipulating
rent.
you, denial feels
How
safer.
the fuck are gonna do that?
So how do you protect yourself? Keep a journal.
Gotta keep a
Document
journal.
conversations.
Oh, it's a live stream.
Record
That's
how
my
you feel
journal.
after interactions, not just what was said.
What are you gonna do with $10? My
Gaslighting
journal.
breaks you slowly,
We'll
so
see.
your timeline becomes
The
your
war is more
lifeline.
important.
Also, share with trusted outsiders.
Hey guys, I
Gaslighters
trust you. How
isolate.
many watching? 10
Awareness
people.
reconnects.
Holy fuck. I
Remember,
hope they
your
real.
perception is valid.
Imagine if they
Your
bots.
emotions are
Talking to
data.
bots.
If someone constantly makes you question both, it's not love,
That's not
it's
love.
control.
Shit.
And here's what makes it worse. Once you learn to gaslight yourself, they don't have to do anything at all.
Exactly.
Foot in the door technique.
I don't need to worry.
The most dangerous manipulations don't happen with a scream. They start with a whisper. Works by getting you to say yes to something small.
Yes.
A request you don't. Then, once you've agreed, we want to believe we're consistent. That if we say yes once, we'll keep saying yes to stay true to ourselves.
Yes.
Manipulators know this, and they use it to walk you into agreements you never consciously make. Example, can you just sign this harmless form? Becomes,
I don't even
well,
read it.
you already signed that, so why not this next thing? This tactic shows up everywhere. A free trial that turns into a subscription. A friend who asks for a small favor, then starts expecting more. A political policy introduced in pieces until the public accepts something extreme.
Thank God.
In cults and high control groups, it often starts with, just come to one meeting. Why it works? We don't like breaking our own narrative. So once we've started down a path, we justify continuing, even if it's no longer in our interest.
At least I can buy eggs. I can't pay my rent, but I can buy